We are now live on YouTube.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Rourke. Item 1 on the agenda is to appoint a chairman. Please could I have any nominations for the position of chairman?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Bates as chairman of this meeting, please.
Thank you, Councillor Whitcroft. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I'd like to second that, please.
Okay, and I presume there are no other nominations? Perfect. Thank you. All those in favour of Councillor Bates, assuming the role of chairman, please could you indicate? Cool, perfect. Therefore, I can confirm that Councillor Bates is duly elected chairman for the hearing. Over to you, Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, and welcome everybody. Thank you for coming this afternoon for our meeting of the Licensing Subcommittee. Before I go through the procedures, I'm just going to introduce everybody. I will start with those in our room here. So my name is Councillor Rodney Bates. I am a councillor in Old Dean in Camberley. I'll ask my colleagues to introduce themselves in the room, and then if it's okay, I'm going to ask you all to introduce yourselves as well. Okay, and I'll go around with that. So I'll start with Councillor Whitcroft.
I'm Councillor Helen Whitcroft. I am a member for the Mitchett and Deacon Ward.
Hello, I'm Councillor John Skipper, and I'm the local councillor for Heatherside Ward.
Rebecca Batten, I'm Surrey Heath solicitor, acting for the Licensing Committee.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. I'm Councillor Lewis of Watchett's Ward, and I'm on the bench for this meeting, but I'm here just in case I'm needed.
Just to confirm, Councillor Lewis is a substitute member for this committee. I'm then going to, on the next screen is our officers in another room, so I'm going to ask if they can now introduce themselves, please.
Okay, I'm Eddie Scott and I'm the clerk for this meeting.
And I'm Paula Barnshaw, a senior licensing officer.
Thank you. And now I'm going to go to Mr. Holmes and the gentleman with Mr. Holmes.
I'm David Holmes, the head of planning for the Waldridge Group. My name is Marco and I'm the restaurant manager for the Seasons Group.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to go to Ms. Hazelwood.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'm Michelle Hazelwood from John Gaunt and Partners, and I'm here to represent the Waldridge Group in respect of the Lavershop Barnes application.
Thank you very much. Mr. Greswell. Mr. Greswell, you're on mute at the moment. Would you be able to...
Simon Greswell. I live next door to the site.
Thank you, Mr. Greswell. Is Mrs. Greswell on the call? I can't see her picture. I'll just check if she is here. Okay, she was here at the beginning of the meeting. And is Councillor Wheeler here?
Hello. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I'll start my video again. I wasn't sent the new meeting invite, so I'm sorry that I was late. It was actually Mrs. Greswell that forwarded it to me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, right. And Mrs. Greswell, that's fine. Part of the reason for asking everyone to introduce themselves is so we can check the volume and also check the technology. So, Mrs. Greswell, do you mind just introducing yourself?
Hello, I'm Jane Greswell and I live at the Bear House, which is next door to Lavershop Barnes.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you very much for letting us know. Now, it would be helpful for me if, as far as you're able, you keep your cameras on during the course of this hearing. It purely just means that I can then see everybody. This is an unusual way of doing this, so we will try and do it in a way which is obviously fair to everybody. I do know that some of you, if you have a technical problem, obviously we will do everything we can to try and ensure that we don't move on. We'll give people an opportunity to try and resume the meeting because we want to make sure everybody hears what everyone else has got to say. Okay, so if you can put your camera on for technical reasons, that will be helpful so that we can understand what's going on. We'll go on now to item 2 of the agenda, which is our standard item relating to declarations of interest. Do any members of the subcommittee please confirm they have no disclosable pecuniary or affected interest in the application before us this afternoon?
No.
No, I have no interest.
Okay. And just for the benefit of everybody, we obviously do know Councillor Wheeler, who is another councillor on Surrey Heath Borough Council. I am a member of the same group as Councillor Wheeler, but we are in a different political persuasion. I'm a Labour councillor and she's an independent councillor. But there are no other interests that any of us have, just to confirm on that. So going on then to item number 3, the procedure of the subcommittee. Before we start, can I just check that those present have received the papers? That's those present in the room.
Yes.
Yes, we have. Okay. And item 3 on the agenda also sets out the procedure that we follow during the hearing. I'll ask this for everybody so that we can just be clear about it. But firstly, I'll ask committee members, do you have any questions about the process to be followed today?
No.
No. Okay. Does anybody dialing in, do any of you have any questions about the process before we actually start today? Okay, I can't see any hands, so I'm going to take that as a no. I am aware that we are dealing with this remotely, so I will take this slowly in a way that all of us can try and understand and that we can all listen to each other and get each other's points. So we're now going on to item number 4, which is determination of an application for the full variation of a premises licence at Lavershot Barnes, London Road, Windlesham, Surrey, GU26LL. If we're all ready, I will now call upon Paula Barnshaw, the Council's licensing officer, to present a summary of her report. Ms Barnshaw.
Thank you, Chairman. The subcommittee is asked to determine an application to vary the premises licence made by the Waldridge Group for Lavershot Barnes, London Road, Windlesham. The application to vary was received on the 4th of March, advertised correctly in the Surrey Advertiser. During the consultation period, which was between the 5th of March and the 1st of April, we received a number of relevant representations. Section 35(3) of the Licensing Act 2003 require us to consider these representations before the application to vary the licence is determined. The current premises licence for Lavershot Barnes allows the sale of alcohol in their Seasons restaurant Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays between 9 AM and 5:30 PM, Thursday, Friday and Saturday 9 AM until 11 PM, and Sunday 9 AM till 3:30 PM, with live and recording music permitted during the same hours indoors, and late night refreshment Thursday, Friday and Saturday 11 PM until midnight. The proposed variation is to extend the permitted hours for the sale of alcohol to 11 PM on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and to permit the provision of live and recording music inside and outside until 11 PM for Seasons Restaurant. The application also requests permission for a new outdoor licensed area to be known as Seasons Garden for outside dining between 9 AM and 9 PM with live and recorded music Monday to Sunday. Responsible authorities were consulted on the proposed variation. However, we did not receive any representations. 3 separate relevant representations were received from residents expressing concerns with regard to the potential for noise nuisance relating to the prevention of public nuisance licensing objective. These representations are copied into your hearing pack. When considering this application, members are required to have regard to the relevant statutory and local guidance, with particular regard to the need for appropriateness, consistency and proportionality of any conditions that might be attached should the application be granted. Members are also advised that matters relating to light pollution and noise, whilst of concern, cannot be addressed by the hearing today, as it is a matter for environmental health to address. The licensing subcommittee must consider this application according to its own merits. However, in light of the relevant representations, there are a number of options available. It can impose additional conditions on the licence which are appropriate and proportionate for the promotion of the licensing objectives and which deal with the concerns of those making representations. Examples of conditions are: the outside area shall not be used after 9 PM. or alcohol consumed outside the premises shall only be consumed by patrons seated at tables. Alcohol shall only be sold by waiter or waitress service for consumption by customers seated at tables. Clearly legible notices shall be displayed at all exits from the premises, requesting patrons to respect the needs of local residents and to leave the premises area quietly. A telephone number for the premises or a responsible member of staff on duty shall be displayed so that it is visible from the public highway for members of the public to lodge complaints. Rubbish, including bottles or cans, shall not be deposited outside the premises between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Refuse collection shall not take place between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Deliveries to the premises shall not take place between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Cleaning of the premises shall not take place between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Or the consumption of alcohol on the premises shall cease. The premises shall close to patrons and all patrons shall be off the premises no later than 30 minutes after the end of the permitted hours for sale by alcohol on the premises. Additional options also include the following. Members may grant the variation, exclude any of the licensable activities from the scope of the licence, or reject the whole or part of the application, or modify the conditions of the licence. Thank you, Chairman. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mrs. Barnshaw. I have one question just before I ask any other members of the committee, and that is just regarding the hours for Sunday. During your report, you identified it was 9 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock in the evening, but in 2.1 of your report, it indicates the application is till 9 till 5 on a Sunday. And I just wanted to clarify, this is in regard to the dining area. So I just wanted to clarify the actual application itself in terms of the Sunday only.
Sunday. So at the present time, Sunday is until 3:30, and the variation is to require until 11 p.m.
I'm referring to the dining area.
Oh, so the restaurant.
Sorry, I'm referring to the under Seasons Garden in 2.1. So if I look at paragraph 2.1 of your report, it's referring to the outside dining area of Seasons Garden and referring to 9 o'clock in the morning until 9 p.m. at night, and then on Sunday 9 o'clock until 5 p.m. So only the garden we're referring to at this point, not the restaurant.
Sorry.
So just to clarify whether the hours on a Sunday. What is the specific application? I can obviously ask the applicants, but I'll just check you do yourself first.
Yes, sorry, my mistake. So Seasons, external area, Monday to Saturday. Sorry, so the external area. So Seasons Gardens, Monday to Saturday, 9 until 9, and Sunday 9 until 5. Yes, sorry, my mistake. I apologise.
Ms. Hazelwood, is that correct?
Thank you, sir. Yes, that's correct. In my submissions, I can go through each relevant element within the premises licence, but a distinction is drawn for Sunday trading in respect of the new Seasons Garden area to terminate at an earlier time.
Thank you. You will obviously have an opportunity to go through that later on. We're only at this point just clarifying the application itself. All right. Members of the committee, do you have any questions in regard to that? And just any other members who are members of the public or the applicant, does anybody have any questions regarding to the licensing officer regarding their report? So Councillor Wheeler, so just in relation to the report, it's not anything else.
Councillor Wheeler. Just in clarity for the report, when it says that it's from 9 till 5, does that then do diners have additional drink up time? So I appreciate that you may stop serving alcohol at 5 o'clock, but presumably people are then given an amount of time in order to finish whatever it is that they've ordered, or does it mean that the area is cleared?
Ms. Chancellor, are you able to answer that, or I will ask Ms. Hazelwood?
I can answer that, thank you, Chair. So it's the licensable activity that we're talking about, and the sale of alcohol between those hours. No more sales can be made after 5 o'clock, whether they then continue to drink. Finish their alcohol, I should say, sorry.
Thanks. So for clarity, I could order a bottle of wine at 5 o'clock. Yes, or 5 to 5.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But you referred to.
So, Mr. Creswell, yeah, that's fine. Do you want to come in rather than just kind of? Yeah,
Sorry, yes.
Up your hand, that's fine.
But it was referred to the fact that it would be 30 minutes after the alcohol license time the restaurant will close. That's not the case?
I'm going to bring in Ms. Hazelwood. I think you're looking to speak there, just to clarify at this point the application that you're making on behalf of your clients.
Thank you, Chair. I think what is happening here, if I may be so bold as to suggest, is that the form does not actually work with reality. In our submissions, we can explain how it would all work together. The issue being that we have 3 distinct licensed spaces within one premises and under one premises license. So we have the global width, and then we have the local widths of operation. So the principle is, as is set out in the license itself, that the consumption of alcohol ceases 30 minutes after the last licensable activity. And that would be as to the areas where it is consumption sales as opposed to off sales being the shop. But the form was already becoming very cluttered, and to clutter it more, I think, may have caused further confusion. But okay. I can run through all that in my submissions.
That's fine. And as I say, everybody will get the opportunity to express their views on that in detail. So, and obviously that will be a point which I'm sure everybody will cover in due course. Are there any other questions purely about the licensing officer report at this stage? Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Barnshaw. What I'm going to do now is move on, better check my script to make sure that I'm being kept in order. As you'll be aware, there are no responsible authorities for this particular subcommittee. So we'll now move on to the interested parties. And I'm going to take it in the order that they appear in the agenda, which I will just double check. I believe that is Mrs. Greswell first. Then it is Mr. Greswell, and then it is Councillor Wheeler. And just so you're aware, what I will do is I'll ask each of them in turn. So I'll start with Mrs. Greswell to outline her submission. Obviously, it's in relation to your submission. I will then see if there's any members of the committee that have any questions about the submission. I will then ask other parties if they have any questions about that. This isn't a cross-examination, this is a discussion, but nonetheless it's important we clarify points as we go. And then once we have concluded with Mrs. Greswell, I'll move on to Mr. Greswell and do the same. I'll move on to Councillor Wheeler and do the same. And then after we've done that, we will then go to the applicant, who will then have the same opportunity. And the applicant is the one who concludes the evidence, if you like. Okay, so I'm going to start with Mrs. Greswell.
Hello there.
Hello.
You have to forgive me. I'm not very good at this. It's the second time I've done a Zoom meeting, and I'm not very good at speaking live. But I'm Jane Greswell, and we've lived for nearly 20 years in our house, which is next door to Lavishop Barnes. The restaurant opened in September 2020. It was only open for about 3 months because we had lockdown. And during those 3 months, it's only open at night for 3 nights. During this time, we were disturbed on the 11th of September at 10 to 1 in the morning, on the 13th of September, the 16th of October, the 18th of October, the 4th of November. I've got videos of all of this, and I also wrote to David Holmes. It was people shouting in the car park. They were parked outside our bedroom window, which we were assured they wouldn't be allowed to do. They were beeping horns, taxis waiting and beeping horns for people to get in. David Holmes was very sympathetic, but nothing was done about it. It continued until there was lockdown, which we've had peace since then. We also have a problem with the lights. We have had really large floodlights shining into our bedroom windows. And we have continued to email the Wooldridge Group about it, and they're very apologetic, but they haven't done anything. So eventually we had to get in touch with enforcement, and some of the lights have been turned down. There's still one that's shining into one of our flats, into their bedroom window. And I had an email today from Philip Partridge, Senior Corporate Enforcement Officer, which states, "I have not closed the case as I recently requested an update from the planning agent, the Wooldridge planning agent, and have not received a response yet." So it is still an ongoing issue. It's been incredibly stressful. It's like you can imagine, you go to bed at night and you can't guarantee that you're going to be able to sleep through the night. You get woken up. If you grant a license from 7:30, I think it is, to 11:30, 7 days a week, we will get no rest at all. It's right outside our bedroom window. And I think, we should be allowed to enjoy our home as we have done, for nearly 20 years and not have this outside noise. So I'm trying to read off here. What we'd really like is for you not to grant the licensing hours to be so long and for 7 days a week. We should have at least some peace on a Sunday or something, and no outside music. The sound carries across up to our bedrooms. I don't know why it does to us particularly, but it does. And that's my representation, my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Mrs. Creswell. I'm going to just start, if that's okay, and just to clarify a couple of the comments. Now I'm going to ask members of the committee as well if they have any, and then again I will ask everybody else if they have any questions to clarify. So it's not a cross-examination. This isn't a courtroom. This is a subcommittee. All right. So just in terms of your submission, and you've mentioned it again verbally as well. Can I clarify the nature of the disturbances that you state that have occurred, particularly on the 11th of September, where, according to your submission, you say that was at 12:49 a.m. What was the nature of the concern that you have on that?
Well, I've got a really good video of it if anybody wants to see, but there are people in the car park and they're driving round. First of all, they're sort of chatting underneath our bedroom window, and then they're chatting with each other and they're on the phone and slamming car doors. Then they seem to be driving up and down. I'm not quite sure. And it went on for quite a long time.
And without going through the rest, what about the general nature of the other four that you've made mention of? That's the 15th of July, the 16th of October, the 18th of October, and the 4th of November. What is the general concern?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing, really. It's people, they've parked right outside our bedroom window and they're either talking on the phone or there's a taxi waiting and he beeps his horn for someone to come. Or I don't know if someone's trying to attract someone else's attention. And it wakes you up, and it goes on for a while because they don't just do it once and leave. They're sort of driving around. I don't know who they are, but yeah.
Can I clarify with you, why do you believe that may be linked to this premises?
Because it's their car park. It can't be from anything else.
All right. And just in terms of your concerns, you said that you've raised them with Mr. Holmes. Have you raised them with the council's Environmental Health Department?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Mrs. Barnshaw, can you just confirm the Environmental Health Department have not made any representation in this case? Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman, that's correct. They haven't made any representations.
Okay. Okay. So you've made representations to Environmental Health, but at this stage, there is nothing from Environmental Health.
I asked the gentleman today, who is the head of corporate enforcement or something, and he said the case isn't closed. He sent me an email today to say it isn't closed. He's still trying to sort it out.
Okay. All right. Any members of the committee, do you have any questions about that? So Councillor Skipper.
Yeah, I just wondered if you'd actually spoken to the company at all when you're disturbed in any way. Have you got a contact number to speak to them to raise your concerns?
Sorry, I didn't speak to who, did you say?
Well, with the company that are making the noises, the car park, and lights.
Oh yes.
Yeah, have you spoken to them?
I have a phone number for David Holmes, and I did speak to him. I have sent him messages and I have emailed him.
Okay. I'm sure Mr. Holmes will comment later on if he wishes about that, or through Ms. Hazelwood. Any other comments, Councillor Skipper?
No.
Any comments, Councillor Whitcroft? Any questions you want to raise?
I don't think so. I think we've covered them. Thank you.
Okay. Are there, apart from Councillor Lewis, who I'm afraid I can't ask you to ask any questions as a reserve member, but Ms. Hazelwood or Mr. Greswell or Mr. Holmes or Councillor Wheeler. I'll start with Ms. Hazelwood. Are there any questions that you wish to ask Ms. Greswell at this, or Mrs. Greswell, apologies, at this time?
Just a point of clarity. I'm not sure if I heard right. I think Mrs. Creswell said that the restaurant opened in September, which is what my clients advised me. But the first complaint is in July. I'm just wondering what that was in relation to.
Well, there's been various complaints. That could be the lights. I don't know, because there've been quite a few. It's been very stressful. That could be the floodlights, which were shining into my daughter's bedroom. But we've also had other problems with early morning starts, where there are lorries driving around from, really early 6 o'clock in the morning.
Any further questions, Ms. Hazelwood?
No, I just wanted to look at the association to the restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Creswell, do you have any questions at this point? Mr. Holmes, do you have any questions? These are questions at this point rather than statements, because obviously you will have an opportunity.
No, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you. And Councillor Wheeler, you've gone off our screen. If you're still there, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was actually looking at an email. So I'm just very surprised that there has been nothing and no representation from environmental health. I'll probably disappear when I go to this, because in fact I have got an email from our head of enforcement that says that she had spoken to our licensing officer, advised her of the complaints, and she had sent it on to environmental health. And that she was expecting this to be taken up with the environmental health manager. So I think it would be helpful to have an update from the licensing officer to double check that email had gone off to environmental health. I'm just very surprised that we've had no response from them.
Is there anything you can offer, Mrs. Barnshaw, on that?
Yes, I haven't received an email from the corporate enforcement manager. I did, under my own steam, inquire if we had any complaints from regarding noise for the premises of environmental health, and I was told that we hadn't.
So I've just read the email that I received from the enforcement officer. So I don't know whether, for clarity, whether this is something that should be adjourned. In order for that clarity with the enforcement officer, but the email that I've just read is exactly what I received from them.
I don't unfortunately have the email that you're referring to, and it's not been submitted as evidence for this, so it is rather tricky to give any weight to an email that I haven't seen, nor has been presented. So I'm not sure. Ms. Watson, is there anything you want to add at this point as our legal representative?
I think we can take into account everything that's being said here in considering the licensing objectives today. So what you've said verbally is going to be taken into consideration.
Okay. Did you all catch that? Okay. All right.
Sorry,
all right. Mrs. Marshall?
Yes, sorry. So the application, when it's made, is sent to responsible authorities, and environmental health is a responsible authority and would have been asked right at the beginning of this. So as soon as a variation is received and validated, it's then sent to responsible authorities, and EH is one of them.
Okay. And just so we're absolutely clear, we have received no response at all from environmental health, or are they making no objection?
They've made no objection. I haven't received any response at all.
Okay, that's slightly different. So just to be clear, there has been no response from environmental health. Now, obviously, we know as a result of that, that is also no objection. But what you're saying is that they have not made a representation stating no objection, they have just made no objection. Do you understand the point I'm making?
Yes. So they were asked to look at the application and make a representation. That's and
okay.
No response.
Okay, so we obviously can't take into account something that isn't here in terms of any response from Environmental Health. I can't account to what they may or may not have done with that. But what we can take into account is the evidence that has been submitted by Mrs. Greswell today in regard to her own evidence, which is within the case. Councillor Wheeler.
Sorry, Chair, I'm really sorry to leave the point. Can I just have absolute clarity that following the conversation that the Environmental Health, the head of enforcement had with Paula, that what that email states is that Paula was going to write again to Environmental Health, explaining all of the complaints that had come in, and let them know about that. I just want absolute clarity that we have done that. I have forwarded the email to you, Councillor Bates. I appreciate that it wasn't submitted as part of this. So did that email to Environmental Health would have been subsequent to March the 31st of this year. As I said, I've had a long conversation. This is from Julia Greenfield at Surrey Heath. I've had a long conversation with Paula, advised her of the complaints that they had sent on to EH, and that she was going to take this up with the Environmental Health Manager.
All right, now just before, I do see your hand, Ms Hazelwood, and I will bring you in. Just to confirm, if you have sent me an email, I haven't opened it today, and it's not been submitted as any evidence for the course of this hearing.
No, absolutely not. I've literally just sent it, Councillor Bates.
Well, I don't have my laptop on, so I'm afraid I can't actually take into account something which you may have sent to me, but I don't have in front of me. Ms Hazelwood.
Thank you. You've already answered the point I was going to raise, and to ask your legal advisor to make sure it was made clear of in deliberations. But I'm grateful to you for already getting there.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, just to make sure there's no further questions, this is just in regard to Mrs. Greswell. As I say, everyone else will have their opportunity to have their say too. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Greswell. You will obviously have the opportunity of asking questions of others as we move on. We'll move on now to Mr. Greswell, please. Can you summarise your submission and anything you want to bring in support of it?
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Simon Greswell. I'm the freeholder of Home Place, where we have 3 flats, and I've also lived next to this site for just over 19 years. I was born in Windlesham, and I run my own businesses, and I support local businesses, and I support job creation. However, my concerns about the submission are based on the way the site has been managed since the Wooldridge Group took over, and any references to light and sound, whether they're within dates or not, just to refer to an earlier question, it is the way that they're being dealt with by the Wooldridge Group which fills us with fear. With regards to this submission, I'm concerned about the extended opening hours at the existing restaurant. I'm concerned about the introduction of a new venue that is open 7 days a week. And I'm concerned about the application in the license to play recorded or live music outside. I'm concerned that these applications will lead to further public nuisance, which we've already suffered, and with the real threat of this escalating. These real concerns are based on our experience of living next door to the Wooldridge Group for the last 2 years. We've written a number of times, this has been documented, to complain about noise very early in the morning. The site shouldn't be open until 7 o'clock in the morning, and yet today, this morning, there were trucks driving around the site at 6 o'clock. Nothing has changed. No complaints are made and nothing's done. We've made complaints about floodlighting that light up the house, and they sometimes acknowledged, but nothing appears to change. It's a recurring theme that it gives us concern about what's going to happen. So my concern is that the Wooldridge Group is not a responsible operator, as quoted in the submission, and they don't consider their residential neighbours. From experience, we can't trust them to run the site in a responsible manner, and to extend their hours and to allow outdoor music will lead to further complaints, based on our experience, nothing will be done. I just wanted to pick through the submission because I think there's a few clauses which are a bit misleading. I'll read them out to you, so in case you haven't got them in front of you. Clause 5 on page 2, it says the Waldridge Group are responsible and experienced operators of licensed premises with robust systems in place for the exercise of due diligence to ensure that their premises are properly and responsibly run in accordance with law and to ensure the avoidance of the commission of regulatory offences. In my experience, their systems are not robust. While the restaurant was open, they didn't stop causing disturbance late at night despite complaints, and complaints were sent in regularly. And there's a date of 25th of September, which I don't know if it's on that list, but that's another night when at 11:45 there was two cars tooting and shouting at each other. Clause 7 on page 3 quotes, page 4 on the bundle illustrates the location of the parking generally, and as proposed when the premises hospitality element operates after 6 p.m. We've previously been promised verbally and in writing that the parking will be well managed and every evening, and yet it wasn't. While the restaurant was open, cars were parked right along our boundary, right outside the bedroom windows. There hasn't been a satisfactory system in place to deal with taxis, which just turn up and toot their horn just to announce themselves. So I dispute the claim on clause 7. In clause 19, on page 6, it's submitted that in this case, that the potential risk arising has been proportionately addressed by the existing conditions, and to add more would be disproportionate response, as would be to reduce the hours sought pursuant to this variation. It wouldn't be disproportionate response to reduce the requested hours or to stop the music from being played. Clause 20 on page 6, the premises seeks to change to the hours of operation of its license, but that change makes no impact on the overall operation of the premises. By more than doubling the square footage of eating and drinking area, this becomes a food venue rather than a garden centre in the Greenbelt, as it was designated as. B, the customers it attracts. Well, I'd like to see your research. Do you have research that's led to that statement? The occupancy of the premise, again, it's the occupancy is going to be people coming to eat meals in the evening, not turning up to buy a bag of seeds. Licensable activities. The introduction of live or recorded music in the outside spaces will make an impact. And so it's wrong to say it makes no impact. Clause 21, the new external area will not cause any additional persons to be outside other than those which may potentially be at the premises in any event. The people who arrive in the morning to buy a bag of manure are different to the people who are going to be turning up to have a family meal. So it's a very misleading paragraph. So with all respect, I think the Waldridges have done this specifically to cause additional persons to visit the site. It's a commercial decision, but it's been misrepresented in this presentation. My own comments have been misrepresented in the summary, where they said Mr. Creswell of 2 Post makes reference to the triggering of alarms. This point has been noted in new systems developed to ensure the best possible takes place going forward. Mr. Creswell made no adverse comment against the external area known as Seasons Gardens. I specifically referred to the license being extended 7 days, and the restaurant causing noise and light disturbance already, and extended hours will increase this. I've referred to noise made by taxis and people leaving late. I specifically say that complaining about noise about both sides. I'm not averse to Seasons Gardens opening at all. I think it's a fantastic idea to have the eating area there, but I am averse to it being open and serving alcohol 7 days a week and playing live or recorded music. Rolling on, clause 26 on page 8, it's understood that those raising representations have made complaints of environmental health as to the noise and light pollution as understood. We've covered this point. That case is still open, and obviously you can't take the additional information that's been brought to your attention. So very poorly put through, but I hope that explains why I believe the extended licensing hours and the outdoor music are inappropriate and would be a negative impact on the quiet enjoyment of the residential neighbours. Being entirely practical, and to quote Michelle Hazelwood, I don't feel that this submission, I feel it does not work with reality. I suggest that you refuse the extended hours and the music, but allow Seasons Garden to open, then let's test the Wooldridge Group with all the promises they've made, because they've only been open for 3 months and they made a right mess of that with noise and whatever. Let's give them a chance to prove that they can do it. And then in a year's time, let's reconvene. They can then apply to change to longer licensing hours. And then I'd be delighted to give it more positive consideration. But as it stands at the moment, I don't trust them to play the game and to do the job properly. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greswell. Councillor Skipper, do you have any questions?
No, there's none.
Councillor Whitcroft, do you have any questions?
No, I don't think I do at the moment. Thank you.
I just want to, I guess, explore a couple of areas, Mr. Griswold. You, in your submission, and I'll only deal with your submission, I'm not going to deal with Ms Hazelwood's because that will be for her to explain and any questions will be for her. But in your email, you state that it was causing noise and light disturbance. Now, can I just be clear, have you reported those to Environmental Health yourself? Leaving aside anything that Mrs Griswold may have done,
I have not contacted Environmental Health.
Okay.
Mrs Greswell dealt with all of that.
Right, okay, that's fine.
I was actually stopped from writing emails to Wooldridge because I wrote so many and I apparently made everyone very angry.
Right, okay. And one thing I think we just need to clarify, and it's probably right that we do this now, regarding the licence for music. I may bring Mrs Barnshaw in on this. And indeed, it may be something I ask Mrs Batten to explain as well. Now, my understanding is leaving aside whatever people may think about music outside or indeed inside, that the government have deregulated that matter. And therefore, in terms of the music aspects, and just the music aspects we're referring to, and I draw particular attention in the licensing officer's report to paragraph 211, that unless we're talking of premises in excess of 500 or outside the times of 8 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock at night, then irrespective of any views that this licensing committee may or may not have, or indeed any representations that may or may not be made, that they are not a licensable activity. Is that something you can just clarify?
Yes, just to add to that, the hours are correct. It's to do with the number of participants. So if at any time it did exceed 500 persons, it would become a licensable activity.
Mr Greswell, yes.
Where are these 500 people? On the whole site or in one room, or you need to define that a bit better?
It's not defined, but I suppose it would be on the premises if it was audible to them. There is also measures that Environmental Health could take if these live events became too noisy.
So just to summarise, and leaving aside the point that's just been clarified about the 500, where does that include and not include? In terms of if it was less than 500, then that is not, as I say, irrespective of any views that people may or may not have, is not something for the committee, unless it was beyond 11 o'clock or in excess of 500, and that's in regard to live music, amplified live music, or the recording of music in those particular times. So I've listened very carefully to what you've said on that, and I accept that you are concerned about that point, but unfortunately as a licensing committee we have to stick within the law on that point. Mr Greswell.
So why is it form part of a licence application then?
Do you want to cover that?
Paula might want to add something.
Okay. Mrs Barnshaw, would you like to just cover that point?
I think I'm going to have to come back to you on that because I don't actually know. I'm sorry.
So I might be able to answer that point in submissions.
Okay, I'm quite happy if you cover that point now, because it's obviously a relevant point, and leaving aside anything you may come on to say in a moment.
Thank you. So as explained, the Live Music Act deregulates live and recorded music between up to 2,300 hours for up to 500 persons. When I was drafting this application on behalf of my client, I would always advise that that space is the area within the red line. So that is where the licensable activities can be undertaken. That defines which area is regulated under the Licensing Act 2003, and that constrains where the grant is. However, I also generally recommend to my clients that in the essence of transparency, openness, good working relationships, but they shouldn't hide what they want to do and rely on deregulation. And of course, deregulation could always be taken away. It came at the whisk of a pen. It can be taken away at the whisk of a pen. So I generally recommend that my clients are open and honest about what they intend to do and do not hide or use the benefit of deregulation. Therefore, on this application, we have ticked the relevant boxes for recorded music, both internally and externally, and the same with live music. It's not a device to exceed the 500 threshold because, as you're aware, it would probably be very difficult within those licensed areas to achieve those numbers. It is a matter of correct approach, in my humble opinion, and having transparency on the face of the documentation so that people like Mr. and Mrs. Creswell can see what is being applied for rather than it coming in by the back door. I hope that answers it on the technical point and the thought process behind it, which was adopted by the Wooldridge Group on my recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Hazelwood. Mr. Greswell?
So we completely understood. So if the council chose to not allow the music in this submission, in this application, and it was the law was changed, they wouldn't have to then the Wooldridge would then have to reapply to play live music and loud music. Just on a real life situation, what's going to happen and what all the residents know is the plan's going to happen is that restaurants around here, there aren't any that are big enough where you can play loud music and have a bit of a joint pick-up bar going up between 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock at night. And that's exactly what this is planning to become. So what I'm worried about is the volume of the music that's going to be played. I completely understand if you people eating in a restaurant and you got background music, fine, fabulous. But it's when that gets cranked up to dancing, to have an event and whatever. Yes, if you're having just a one-off party, it's fine. But if it's just an open book to do whatever they like, whenever they like, is that what's covered by the current situation in the law, Ms. Hazelwood?
I believe that's covered through environmental health rules on decibel levels, isn't it? So in terms of the specific concern, I will bring you in Councillor Whitcroft in a moment, but I believe that it's generally covered in the, that it can't go above a certain decibel level, but I may be corrected.
I can't quote the exact measurements, but it would be measured by an instrument of precision, and it's statutorily laid down.
So that would be a case of us having to call somebody from the council at 11 o'clock at night to come out and measure it, or would I have to do that privately, or what? How's the practicality, the real world situation going to work?
So what would happen is that if you have a concern of that nature, you would express that concern to the Environmental Health Department and they would conduct whatever investigations they see fit. I can't really comment further because obviously this is a licensing matter rather than environmental health, but there is, I can understand the link you're making. But that would be the process.
It's a link because it's in writing in the application. That's what the only reason is.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Councillor Whitcroft.
Would you mind, you said that you hadn't reported to environmental health. Have you reported to anybody else?
In all honesty, I was stopped from writing to the Wooldridge Group by my wife because I was so uptight it was making me ill. And my wife then took to making representations on our behalf. It's as simple as that. I stopped writing when they took over the site a while ago, and this is the whole reason. We had to complain and complain and complain the whole time because they were building through the weekends, late at night, early in the morning, showing absolutely no respect to any of us. I was writing angry emails and messages to the whole board at Wooldridge Group to try and get a reply. And some people occasionally replied, but things never changed. I then got a particularly aggressive email back from one of the directors. And at that point, I was out with my family when I received that. And my eldest daughter, Dad, said, Dad, just leave it alone. It's not worth it. And my wife sat me down and said, look, I'll deal with them from now on. So no, I've not made any representations to anyone.
Okay, sorry, can I?
Yes, of course.
Are you aware, I probably should have asked earlier, are you aware if the police have ever been called to the premises?
I've called them twice.
And has this been
That's when people, so twice, once when they had twice when they've had people on site at about 1 o'clock in the morning, once people were fitting kitchens in the Octagon kitchen section, and another time I think there's been a break-in, but I never heard any feedback. You never hear any feedback from them.
Okay, and could you just confirm, has one or both of these occasions, was it one of the ones that had been listed on, no, the dates, so they're separate occasions again?
Separate occasions, yeah. And I'm afraid I could find, I might be able to find the dates, but I couldn't give them to you here and now.
No, it was just generally speaking. Thank you.
Okay, are there any final questions to Mr. Greswell? Right, what I'm going to do is, I am aware that when we work on a screen, that I don't want anybody to kind of have the health and safety of kind of looking at a screen and getting eye, issues and concentration. So I'm going to suggest at this point, before I ask Councillor Wheeler to make her remarks, and then obviously Ms Hazelwood on behalf of the applicant, I'm going to suggest that we just stop for 5 minutes. So the time is exactly 3 o'clock. If you need to stretch, you need to go and just go and do something for 5 minutes, and that we resume this hearing at 3:05. And I will resume with Councillor Wheeler. All right, so feel free to turn your screens off for 5 minutes, and we'll resume in exactly 5 minutes' time. We will mute.
I was going to say, do we want to
We're not going to start just yet. I'm just waiting for Miss Batten to return. Is it? I'm just waiting for Miss Batten to return, and the link to our colleagues next door have just come back, so that's good.
I think I prefer they might put the kettle on in that time. Oh look, Victoria's sat there with her cup, ready to go.
If anyone does need to have coffee during the course of this hearing, then please feel free. We're not this kind of formal in that regard, so if you need to be refreshed, then feel free. Miss Batten just returns to the room now. Okay, I just checked we've got everybody back. Ms. Hazelwood, I don't know whether your colleagues will be rejoining us. I'll obviously leave that with you, but they haven't resumed back as yet.
I believe they're still there, possibly just trying to get cameras up.
Okay, no worries. As long as they are, okay, as long as they're given the opportunity to come back, that's great. Okay, I can see Mr. Holmes. Brilliant. That is everybody, I think, now, isn't it? All right, thank you very much for coming back. We'll now move on to Councillor Wheeler. If you can please summarise your submission for us.
Thank you. I obviously won't read out what I said in terms of the various matters that relate, I feel, to licensing law. What I would like to pick up on is a couple of points that have been made already today, and just to place a slightly different emphasis on this. And also, for whatever reason, I've received a number of additional phone calls, one of which was a complaint from a neighbour that said that they hadn't seen the notice on wherever it was at the premises. Now, I appreciate that as a licensing authority, we only need to post where we need to post in terms of signing, but this is not an in quote normal premises. So this is not a premises that are in the middle of the town centre or a village centre or somewhere where you are expecting to find an application necessarily for extended licensing hours. It's in a rural area surrounded by residential properties and green fields, and is designated green belt land. So the neighbour rang me, as I said, very upset that she hadn't actually been made aware of it until Mr. Wooldridge knocked on her door looking for support. She didn't feel able to make representation, and nor did somebody else that called me. So I am here speaking on behalf of myself as a resident with my objections, but also on behalf of other residents within the area. This ward is on the edge of my ward, and unfortunately their ward councillor, Councillor Valerie White, isn't able to be with us today as she has a hospital appointment. But otherwise she too would have been here making representation, is what she said to me this morning. So in terms of the premises, I think it's quite important. I'm not sure how aware the committee is of this location. I have already said it's not a central location or a location where you would expect to find normal licensed premises. In addition to that, when the A30 quietens down, which bizarrely it does, the area is quiet, and therefore noise and disturbance travels in a way that you wouldn't expect it to travel in a town centre. And people living in those areas have chosen to live in those areas because they don't want to live in a central town location. And that ambient noise is something that those of us that live in village centres or town centres are very familiar with. And there was a great deal of research that was done, in fact, by Heathrow that looked at the impact of the change in noise. And actually a change in noise has a more detrimental impact than an upping in noise in a non-rural area. So we are going from what is a rural greenbelt location with a history of enforcement issues, and we are looking to have extended licenses. If I could refer the committee back to the letter that was received from the applicant and the assurances that they gave, probably looking realistically at it, they probably only had 20 open days since these assurances were made in February of last year, where they have said the main gate will be locked, that there will be no application for outside dining, that there will be no music projected outside, that there will be a half an hour drink up time. And here we are, just that short distance onwards, having had numerous complaints from neighbours asking for a variation in that licence. I'm interested to know that Mr. Greswell has called the police twice, because actually I'm very disappointed that the police have not made a representation in this case, given that this is not an area that has a regular police presence. So we have a limited villages police force, which operate, I believe, between sort of 9 to 5, 8 to 6, something like that during the day. And we've got a couple of PCSOs that patrol the 5 villages. And quite rightly, any sort of additional police presence is in those areas where you may expect to find a sort of a group of licensed premises. This is a dark area. The street lighting is dark. The area surrounding the actual premises itself is dark, which is maybe one of the reasons that the Wooldridges have invested in such powerful lighting to light the area right the way through it. And if I could just in closing bring you back to the point that has been very eloquently made, that they don't need a license for music. They don't, but they do need a license to open to serve alcohol. And that's actually pretty much the only way that we have any control as a borough in terms of the impact on the residents of these premises. I would therefore urge the committee, and I'd almost go so far as to border on begging the committee to think about the prevention of public nuisance, to think about the hours of operation, to think about the impact of the noise difference that will result which will result from the additional hours of operation and licensing. And also from a point of clarity, if I am able to serve alcohol inside, and I'm also licensed to remove, to sell alcohol for the removal, i.e. from the shop, I'm not satisfied that this applicant would prevent that alcohol from being consumed in outside premises. So far, as we've said, on the very limited number of days that they have been open, none of the assurances that have been offered in the previous licensing application have actually, it would appear, have been brought to fruition. So prevention of public nuisance, I feel, is definitely there. Public safety is definitely there, given the location, and the prevention of crime and disorder is also something that, even though the police have not written, I would be very grateful if the committee could consider on behalf of residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Before I ask any members of the committee, you've raised a couple of technical points there, which I'm going to just ask Mrs Barnshaw to clarify. The first of which was regarding signage at this particular application. Mrs Barnshaw, can you just clarify for us, what are the requirements, if any, in terms of signage of licensing applications for the type of application we have before us? And are you satisfied as to whether or not they've been complied in this case?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, the applicant needs to post public notice on the premises, which I have photographs of, and they did so. And also they need to paste a public notice in a local newspaper, and they did that in the Surrey Advertiser. So yes, I'm...
Councillor Wheeler?
If I could just come back on that, the Surrey Advertiser there isn't anywhere locally, I believe, and I will look at Mr. and Mrs. Greswell for that you can actually buy it. And I'm not sure what the distribution is of that, but it is, I don't think extensive. And as I said, this is not premises that you walk past. They are premises that you drive to by the very nature of their remote location.
Okay. But just to clarify, I mean, I understand the point you're making regarding media and where certain newspapers may or may not kind of be circulated. But just in terms of whether or not the applicant has complied with the requirements, which Mrs. Barnshaw has appeared to say that they have. Now, the point you're making is whether or not those requirements are adequate, and that may be an argument for another day. But in terms of this particular application, we do appear to be, certainly from the licensing officer's point of view, satisfied that they have been complied with. So your point has been made and hopefully has been addressed. Another point that was just made, I'm sorry to hear about Councillor White's hospital appointment, but Mrs. Barnshaw, did Councillor White make any representation? There's nothing contained within the evidence pack, but did she make any verbal representation?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, so hopefully Councillor White is okay, and we'll get back to full health soon. Members of the committee, are there any other questions that you have? Councillor Skipper?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Yes, if I may, do you know whether there has been, you referred to another neighbour, do you know whether she has reported to environmental health, and if so, on what grounds?
I don't know, I'm afraid. I had one neighbour contact me confidentially and wouldn't leave any name at all. I did urge them to put in an objection on a confidential basis, and if we couldn't assure the confidentiality, that we would give assurances that it wouldn't be posted. I've got no idea whether or not they actually did that. And as I said, the other neighbour didn't know where to write to, and I don't think I got back to them. I've been checking my notes with where to write to, so I feel quite uncomfortable about that. So yeah, I'm not going to make any comments as to why people are worried about making representation.
Thank you. Mrs. Barnshaw, would you be able to confirm the same point, please? If you heard, as far as you're aware, have you heard from any other neighbours? They're not in the pack, but just to be certain.
Yes, I have. Unfortunately, it was way beyond the consultation period, so representations couldn't be accepted.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Councillor Wheeler, who are so Mr. Creswell, Miss Hazelwood? Either of you two? No. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. I'm now going to move on to Miss Hazelwood. I will invite you to speak on behalf of your applicant. If you want to bring in Mr. Holmes or anybody else, I'll leave you to do that. All right. And then at the end of that, again, we may have some questions. Miss Hazelwood.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. There's a few points which have come out of the residents' representations which I will need to address. But what I'd first of all like to start with is actually just a little bit of background regarding my clients and this site. The garden centre has been in place in this location for well over 20 years. I think it was called the Wyre Valley Garden Centre historically. And my clients purchased the premises some time ago with a view to looking at what the land could be used as, and various options were available to them. They could have looked to a residential development, but instead they decided that they wanted to stay with the garden centre, but move it forward. It was very tired at that time. It was suffered from underinvestment. The previous operators had allowed tenants to take occupancy in the retail units. There hadn't been strong control over those individuals and their operation. And the view was that this could become a really nice destination venue, become part of the trio of garden centres on the A30 with the adjacent ones of Long Acres and the Hillier Garden Centre up the road, and almost become something of a mecca into the area for those of a horticultural nature. So they've spent quite a lot of time and effort investing in the garden centre, and that did result in quite considerable works, but what is there now is significantly nicer and better than what was there previously. And you heard directly from the residents that some of the concerns which had been raised by the residents with the Wooldridge Group related to those building works, which were intense, including completely redoing the car park, which I believe was a point raised by the residents nearby as to that it looked very, very poor in condition, and various other things. In particular, I understand from my clients that one tenant, in particular the turf company, which bordered up to the Creswell's property, was very noisy, disruptive and not a good neighbour. And as part of their regeneration of this site and to try and work with the community, that tenant has actually left the site. So they've terminated the lease contract with the turf company. They've now been moved away, and in the spirit of trying to build a better place, make things look better and operate better. So as a result of their endeavours, they've got to a position now where they've virtually tripled employment at the site, but the site operates, despite its development, under one premises licence. And that's where the point I made right at the very beginning comes in. But we're looking at 3 distinct entities which have sale of alcohol within a garden centre, which also has a number of commercial units. And in the submission documentation, the bundle, I've listed those main occupiers. Some of them, such as the Aquatics Company, have been there for a long, long period of time, over 20 years, and have been historic users of the site and tenants. Others have come as the site has developed and to match the nature and the quality of the operation which my clients are putting forward. But to keep this in context, the space dedicated to hospitality within the whole of the site is about 10%. And that includes the New Seasons garden area. So to say that this premises is trying to become an entertainment venue, is trying to become solely a restaurant, solely a place for consumption of alcohol, would be incorrect. It still is a limited element of the overall package, which is predominantly a garden centre selling plants and ancillary items, forks, spades, etc., and the seeds that Mr. Creswell mentioned, along with commercial operators, retailers who sit nicely with the operation of a garden centre, such as the Aquatics Company, and also the Outside Garden Company and the pools and spas. So it is now a very nice place to go and spend some time, and people do come and spend a period of time at the premises. They'll look round, pick their seeds, pick their plants, they'll want to have refreshment, and they may then stay a little longer looking around the retail units. It has changed. It has changed without a doubt from what it was, but it's changed into something far more interesting, well run, and which sits better within its community. Application was made for a premises licence some time ago, and there were various considerations made at that time, and those are documented, and you have them in your report at page 44 and 45. But I think we will all agree that the position in February 2020 and the position now, having lived through a year of the pandemic, is very, very different. And as part of that assessment of the situation, my clients have had to look at how this business operates, how people expect it to operate, and in particular, the availability of external space. So the application is in fact in 2 parts. We have the existing restaurant, which has a courtyard area to the front of it, and then we have the new area, which is the Seasons Garden, to the rear of the property, which is sought to be licensed within the premises license, but almost as a separate entity. And then the area not sought to be impacted or affected at all is the farm shop, the Seasons Farm Shop, which is also licensed and slightly to one side of the premises. So the first part of the application really relates to the restaurant. And I would draw to your attention, Chair and councillors, the references continually by the objectors to the extended licence. This is not an application which seeks to extend the overall hours of operation at this premises. A reasonable and conservative hour of 2300 is already permitted in respect of the latter part of the week, and the restaurant application is made to bring the remaining days of the week in line with that, but not to extend the overall hours of operation, nor does it seek to bring in any new licensable activities. In respect of the restaurant, it operates from early morning doing breakfast, it goes through lunchtime service, and it goes into evening service. It is a very high standard and high quality operation. You have in the bundle details of the individuals who've been recruited to operate the restaurant. You will see that they all come from a fine dining of 4 or 5 star premises. The premises is intended to be operated at that level to a very fine dining, high quality experience. And with those people coming through, and you have Marco Nardi with us today, there are expectations as to the behaviour of customers and how they will conduct the service delivery. There's a high ratio of staff. We have a pyramid of control with a head chef, then the restaurant manager who is with us today, thereafter somebody who is in charge of front of house, and then thereafter 5 to 6 waitresses. At the moment, under the new regulations, obviously all service is waitress only, but this will not fundamentally change in respect of the restaurant operation because it is not a canteen format, it is not self-service or anything of that nature. The actual bookings to the restaurant during the course of the day are more walk-ins, but there are definitely a high level of bookings made. But when they operate the restaurant in the evening time, it is running at 90% pre-booked meals. And therefore they expect this to carry on going forward. This will mean that they can track the customers. So if anybody is not behaving as expected, then they will not be allowed to rebook. But also it shows the nature of the beast. And I think this is the point which we wish to make in relation to the written submission, where I say that the overall operation of the premises does not change. It does not. This is not a premises by which, if this application is granted, will suddenly start to attract 18 to 25-year-olds, will suddenly become a vertical drinking venue, will change fundamentally and start doing promoted events. It will remain in the core business which it is currently operating. And that's very important because we have to look at the evidence which is before you in relation to crime and disorder, particularly following the comments of Councillor Wheeler. We've heard that the police have attended on 2 occasions. Those occasions were in relation to a burglary and something to do with the fitting of kitchens. Now, those are totally unrelated and have no connection with the operation of the premises licence, the restaurant, or the farm shop, which would have been in operation at that time. And therefore, I would respectfully submit that the reason why there is no police representation is that there is no crime and disorder relating to licensable activities occurring in this area. It is unfortunate that one of the premises may have sustained a burglary, but that is nothing which the licence can be said to have caused or created a reason for it to happen. In relation to the restaurant, we also seek to license the small area to the front, which is a sort of a courtyard area. The restaurant itself has noise attenuation properties, having a solid roof, solid walls, etc. So noise from within the restaurant is very unlikely to cause any level of public nuisance or even noise. The area to the front, of course, is more open and sound can and will always travel easier when it is not entrapped into an area. The premises is bounded on 2 sides, and those flanks actually create a physical barrier between the external area and the properties of Mr. and Mrs. Creswell, whether they be home, place, or their house. So we have a physical barrier there. The people who are most likely to be impacted by noise from the external courtyard area in front of the restaurant are the Walters. And as you can see from the bundle of documentation, the very last document, my clients have engaged with those individuals. They did not put a representation in, so they did not feel concerned as to that development, but reaching out to them, my clients have spoken with them and have agreed various items which will not take place. So they were concerned about smoking, understandably, and where smokers are going to be located. There's an assurance in that correspondence, documented by the resident, not by my client, that there will be a smoker's hut constructed, and there'll be very clear delineation and use of that. They were also understandably worried about people coming out of the restaurant and then having a noisy conversation on their mobile phone, their premises being far more proximate. And therefore that is also going to be managed and systems are being put in place. What they also confirm in their correspondence is that they have a good working relationship with the Wooldridge Group. They have direct contact with David Holmes, as does Mrs. Creswell, and you've already heard from her how she has his email address and contact details, and that they feel confident that those issues can be dealt with appropriately, and if they have any further concerns, that they would be addressed. And this is the same situation as Mr. and Mrs. Creswell experienced in relation to the gate. And again, turning you back to page 45 of the report, there's reference there of issues with the gate and the noise it makes. I can confirm that my clients have wholly changed that gate. It's been replaced by an electric automated gate so as to mitigate the noise which was being experienced by the neighbours and after it was communicated to them. So again, another positive step taken by my client, not materially related to licensing, but showing how they listen, respond and react positively to their nearest neighbours when they raise concerns. The second area which we are seeking to bring into the licence is the Seasons Garden. When my clients were discussing external areas in 2020 February with the neighbours, none of us had any understanding of the importance of outside space and how people will want to be outside and have distance and social spacing going forward. And although, thank goodness, we are coming out of this pandemic, I think people's perceptions of what they need and where they want to sit and how they want to socialise have changed, and my clients are reacting to that. So we have a space to the rear of the premises, quite some distance away, which will become the Seasons Garden. To try to give you a flavour of what that is, I've included within the bundle photos of how it will be set out, along with what is a jet stream, because the only jet stream I knew of was in the atmosphere. But you'll see it's a very nice, shiny caravan, which will act as the primary service point and will provide the security for the alcohol when the area is not in use. There's also a menu there showing the range of lighter bites, which will be available to people who do not want to go and dine in the restaurant. Average turnover in the restaurant is about an hour and a half. Not everybody has that much time. So this will be a more quicker option for customers to the premises. In relation to that space, so I would ask you to note that it has always been part of the garden centre. At times it's been used for storage. At one point it was used for the storage of cars, which I believe some of the residents found objectionable, and that was changed. It's also been used for an area where there's been planting and plants and bushes, etc. for sale. So it's not a space which has never been used. It's a space which is part of the commercial environment of the garden centre. That area is some distance away, but Mr. and Mrs. Walters did raise concerns about the operation of the area, particularly in relation to music. And therefore, an agreement, a gentleman's agreement, shall we say, has been achieved, but music in that area will not take place after 8 p.m. at night, so as to protect their children being able to go to bed or children in the vicinity, and just when the background noise levels start to reduce. as your legal advisor and your licensing officer have explained, we have a strange position on live music where if an area is licensed, it is an automatic grant. It's a gift by the government, which follows from the ability to sell alcohol. My clients don't intend to heavily use this. They are not looking at bringing in DJs and promoted events. They would like some nice background music, perhaps live music, acoustic sets, maybe a brass band on a Sunday afternoon would be a joyous thing to have as entertainment for those people coming to the premises. But it is not intended that the restaurant should become an entertainment venue in the sense of heavy use of DJs, discos, loud rock bands and that type of thing. It does not sit with the operation of the premises and the customers it attracts. The area for the outside is within the current hours permitted. It is also within the times when environmental health would generally expect there to be levels of background noise in the area. It is set somewhat back. It is therefore highly unlikely that it would punch through other noise levels, the general operation of the existing site. And it is probably therefore why environmental health did not feel the need to comment on relation to its operation or it being brought into the license, because they could not see any potential risk of public nuisance. Now, in relation to public nuisance arguments in relation to the restaurant, Sarah, I would ask you to look at the comments within the representations by the residents. We have heard that they are very late at night. The premises only is licensed until 2300 hours, with closure at 23:30. We have automated electric gates. We propose a system for dispersal using the car park structure, which is also in the bundle and is documented in the correspondence at page 45 of the report. Environmental health are aware of my client's operation. My client has liaised with environmental health following on from complaints. We understand, but this is all that my clients have received from the EHO officers they've had direct dealings with, that noise monitoring equipment has been in some residents' properties, and that was last year. And since that date, they have received no communication that the noise monitoring equipment actually identified a noise which constituted a nuisance. And I think this is a very important point. Noise and nuisance are very different. There is noise everywhere. Things are audible. But the licensing objective is prevention of public nuisance. And the licensing authority have spoken directly with environmental health. Indeed, I would argue from my client's position that they've gone over and beyond what they're required to do, because they've actually tried to canvass communication with environmental health. And yet we still have no representation, which would indicate to me that although environmental health may be aware of complaints, they have used their objective assessment and knowledge to determine that there is noise and there is nuisance. And in this instance, it is not nuisance, it is merely noise. And I put that point very strongly because behind this application has been a number of temporary event notices. My clients lodged multiple temporary event notices last year to extend the hours of operation in respect of the restaurant during the Christmas period. Now, of those, only one was used because of lockdowns. But none of those multiple applications, adding up to, I think it was about 19-20 days worth, were opposed by the consultees to the temporary event notice, being environmental health or the police. And that was at a time much more proximate to the period of complaints by Mr. and Mrs. Creswell. So even if we think, oh, we've lockdown free, the environmental health officers have sort of forgot about that. And that's why they didn't lodge a representation. And the points raised by Councillor Wheeler that she finds it highly unlikely that they have not addressed this properly, or highly likely, should I say, that they've not addressed this properly. there is very, very good evidence that they address the issue of noise in relation to this premises and the extension of hours at a time proximate to the complaints. Furthermore, in anticipation of this hearing date and not knowing when lockdown would happen, not knowing when the hearing date would be, not knowing what the weather would be like, my clients lodged a temporary event notice which operated this week. Now, because of the weather being rather chilly this week compared to the week before, it has only been used on one day. And as far as we understand, there's been no complaints raised. In addition, and going back to the point I've already made, and I apologise for repeating it, that temporary event notice went through consultation with Environmental Health and Police as required, and no objection, concern, or even a phone call was received in relation to it and it taking place. So we've given you a flavour of the premises. You may know it, you may have been there, and other councillors in your shopping for horticultural things and others. This is an application which is within the terms of the existing licence. It is not an extension. It does not fundamentally change the overall operation of the premises, which is fundamentally a garden centre with ancillary retail units. And it is our view, and we put it as strongly as we can, that the Wooldridge Group are responsible operators. They have listened to residents as they've developed this site and taken over its control. They've done things to try to benefit the residents. And I have with me David Holmes and Marco Nardi. Marco is the head chef, the head of the restaurant, and he will have overall control of the operation of the restaurant. We're here to answer any further questions that you may have. But my final point would be this. A lot of the points raised in the representations are matters which would be dealt with in planning. You have, following again your licensing officer going over and beyond a response from the planning committee officer confirming that relevant applications are in, and in final submissions I will deal with the guidance and the law in relation to licensing and planning and their separate regimes and entities. So if you've got any questions, we'd be delighted to answer them.
Thanks, Ms Hazelwood. I will bring you in, Councillor Wheeler, but I'm going to ask a couple of questions first, and then members of the committee as well, and then I will invite others in the same way I did that with everybody else. Just a couple of technical things first, if that's okay, Ms Hazelwood. If I draw attention to the application on page 14, where you put supply of alcohol, and I think this has been clarified earlier, but for some reason there's a red pen mark under the Monday to Saturday with 9 crossed out, and I think that's an 8. But again, are we, just to be clear, is that 9 o'clock or is that 8 o'clock?
It is 9, and that, I apologise for that. We started with at 9, we went to 8, we went back to 9, and that was just a typographical error in relation to the application.
That's fine. It's just important just to clarify that point. Thank you. I thought it was based on the column to the left, but obviously I just wanted to be sure on that. Secondly, if I draw attention to page 16 of the same application, you and I'll go down to the part which says the prevention of public nuisance, and you've made 2 points there. One is the Seasons Garden will have the benefit of dedicated staff for all times of use. No stock or monies will be left in the area unattended or overnight. So this was an additional step that you would intend to take, or stating that you would intend to take. Can I just be clear, what does that mean? We'll have the benefit of dedicated staff at all times of use. The second part is obvious, but can you just clarify what the first part of that means for me?
So a potential fear, which we thought may arise in the minds of yourselves, is that the garden area would be run as an offshoot from the restaurant. And if the restaurant was busy, then because that is a more fine dining experience, the waiting staff would be relocated into the restaurant, and that would leave potentially the Seasons Garden area bereft of supervision and suitable levels of staffing. So that condition is an assurance that the two almost run independently. And that is confirmed again in our bundle, where we've put out the hospitality team to you. And you will see that there is actually a separate individual, whose name escapes me, but Scott Hammond, who is the Seasons Garden head chef. So the Seasons Garden is seen as a completely separate operation within the premises to the restaurant. It will have its own dedicated staff so as to ensure that we always have good levels of supervision, we always have good service delivery, and that there's no dilution of that caused as a draw to the restaurant, which is perceived to be more, it's sort of more high standard, fine dining, etc. I hope I've explained that adequately.
No, that's helpful. The reason I've raised that is because maybe this is my confusion. You've indicated that and said that's a condition that you're putting forward. I believe that's what you just said there, as a way of addressing the licensing objective. But I thought I read somewhere, and I couldn't find it immediately to hand, that in your submission document, that in fact you weren't proposing any further conditions. So I just want to be clear whether you are actually proposing this as a condition, or whether you are in fact not asking for this as a condition.
We are proposing that within the operating schedule. Sometimes within the written submission, when we've had this dialogue with residents, etc., we sometimes tender extra conditions, but we felt that no more were required over and above those on the licence and those in the application.
Okay, thank you. That's clarified the point for me. Thank you. Councillor Skipper, do you have any questions?
Yes. Can you briefly explain again why there are 3 licensing areas?
We could, and some sites do this, license the whole site, put a red line round the boundary. In an operation such as this, I would always recommend to my clients, when they have subtenants in place, that they need to control their own space, and it is for the subtenants to license their spaces should they wish to do so. What we don't want is Pool and Spa suddenly deciding that they're going to sell champagne with the hot tubs. That's an extreme example, but it illustrates the weakness in the system if the whole site, when you've got tenants, is licensed. Therefore, we have under one premises license, so one address, 3 red boxes marked on the plan showing where the licensable activities take place. I think from the residents' point of view and from environmental health and policing point of view, that's also highly beneficial as well, because it ties down where the licensable activity can take place and very, very clearly defines it.
Yeah, it just seems that from the original plans, it was originally a garden centre. It seems to have morphed into from a garden centre to a restaurant to an entertainment area and possibly onto an events area as well. So what reassurances can you provide to say that, the garden area is not going to be a wedding venue?
So to start off with, the garden centre always had tenants. It had the aquatics company has been there for over 20 years. There was the turf company, which had also been there for an extended period of time, and I believe others. There is no intention by virtue of this application for the premises to become an entertainment venue. The space dedicated to hospitality within the footprint is less than 10% or thereabouts, 10% of the whole space. The majority of the space, if you were to do square meterage, and I think David Holmes would be able to confirm better than I, is predominantly to the garden centre type produce, whether that be plants, whether that be forks and spades. The other retailers are very much in line with the external outdoor type philosophy of customers who may be attracted to the premises. We have, and they're listed on page 2 of my bundle, but Lakeland, White Stores, Pavilion Interiors, which I believe is garden furniture, golf, pools and spas, and Lily's Florist. So there are a number of other retail options. A number of those have been there for a very long time. I believe Maidenhead Aquatics is probably one of the longest tenants. And the premises is a garden centre. That is the primary function of the premises. And that's why people come.
With the licence areas, the prevention of public nuisances, would each licence area have a noise management plan of some sort, a nuisance plan?
I understand from my clients that they have undertaken risk assessments in relation to noise. I'm sure David Holmes will be able to give you more details in relation to that. Clearly, the noise from a shop operation is different to a restaurant operation, is different to the external garden operation. But also within the planning application, they've had to put forward the noise management plan in relation to the proposed changes, change of use. And that is where the plan in relation to the use of the car park areas is derived from. David, I don't know if you can provide any more detail in relation to the noise plans that you implement on site.
No, indeed. So just a point of clarification there from Michelle. As part of the planning submission that we're currently working with the council towards, we have suggested a car park management plan, and that was the same plan that we discussed with neighbours when we first entered into discussions with them. So we expect that to be secured by way of condition if indeed planning is forthcoming. That's very much a planning matter and something that will be dealt with in the planning system. In regards to other aspects of noise, the restaurant itself hasn't attracted noise complaints in terms of music coming from it, as far as I'm aware. So the procedures that we do have in place have been successful in that regard. The outdoor area, we've spoken to those in closest proximity to the site, including Mrs. Waters, who lives literally right on the boundary with the site. And we've agreed to direct all of the speakers into the site, so no music should actually be coming out of the site. We got constant engagement with those neighbours in close proximity to the site, and we're more than happy to take suggestions if at a point in time in the future it becomes a nuisance to them.
So do you have mitigation measures in place for light and noise and other nuisances?
In terms of mitigation, we take on, we react to what neighbours are saying. I've had various discussions with Jane over the past year or so. And each time we've tried to endeavour to actually deal with those issues as and when they crop up. Issues regarding lights, there was a point made earlier which is still outstanding. That's actually been worked up with planning enforcement, not environmental health. Since that point in time, we have removed some of the offending lights and apologised for any inconvenience that they have caused. So we are very reactive in that regard. The noise that will be played in the outdoor areas on a day-to-day basis will be very low level. It's not a party venue. It's very much somewhere where you can pop in, grab a cup of coffee, have a light bite, and then continue your shopping. So it's the music that we'll be playing there is not going to be loud. In our opinion, it will not cause a nuisance.
And do you have any? What are your written complaints procedures?
At the moment, I am the main point of contact for all complaints. So most, if not all, of the neighbours have my number. Jane has my number as well, and there's been various issues over the past. Not necessarily in relation to the restaurant, a couple of issues that she raised earlier, and indeed when the police were called, which is news to me, related to issues outside of the restaurant itself, but nothing to do with the actual operation of the restaurant. So in terms of complaints, people would write to me. I then speak to the relevant people in the office and seek to one, get an explanation as to why that has happened, and two, get it sorted. I appreciate there has been gaps in communication in the past in terms of the ongoing issues, but it's something that we are keen to work with neighbours on in terms of moving this forward.
In the event of receiving complaints on that particular occasion, say 9 o'clock at night, what would you do then?
I would see what the complaint was about. So, for instance, if there's a noise complaint and there's ongoing building activity, I would speak to the relevant managers that may be on site and get them to either put the noise to get the noise to cease. There has been examples where we've had to get generators on site to support maybe Head of Classics, for example, which have caused an ongoing nuisance. In times of that's happened, I found out that has happened and reported that back to the neighbours, again apologising for the inconvenience. I do tend to respond to emails as and when I get them, subject to myself being awake. And if there is any issues, we do endeavour to deal with them straight away. Appreciate it hasn't always happened, but we do endeavour to do that.
It just might be an idea to have some written management systems in place that you could share with neighbours and other local people in the area, so that everybody's aware of what they can and what they can't do, and that there are policies and procedures that they can follow according to the season's plans.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that remark.
Any more, Councillor Skipper?
No.
Councillor Croft?
Yes, I have a few as well, please. You did refer to the planning permission. Obviously, this is a licensing issue and not a planning one. But please, could you confirm, is this planning application retrospective?
It is indeed, yes, yeah.
So at the opportunities that you have had, bearing in mind lockdown, you've already been operating the site on the grounds that the planning permission will be granted. Is that correct?
We're operating it in accordance with the council's procedures insofar as they have invited an application to be submitted and one has been submitted. We expect that to become live on the council's planning system within the next week or so.
Right, but to answer my question, could you confirm whether you've already been operating along the grounds using on the assumption that planning permission will be granted?
We have been operating, so just to give you a bit of background, I don't want to steer too far into planning here. There has been a change in the use classes order, so whereby historically use classes were separated in terms of there was A1 for retail and A3 for restaurant use. The government have since changed that policy, whereby the use classes order is now blind to restaurant and retail use, so they all do fall under the same use class. Our planning permission for the actual site itself, that was granted by way of a certificate of lawfulness for existing use, did not and could not seek to restrict our opening hours on site anyway. So whilst the actual garden building itself does not yet have planning permission, the actual use of site or parts of the site for a restaurant in planning terms is not unlawful.
Yes, I appreciate that. Could you also confirm for me, please, the timing of the departure and then arrival of the staff, if you wouldn't mind?
Sure, I'll pass you over to my colleague Marco for this one, who manages the restaurant.
Yep. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So the staff, first staff that comes in the morning, we will have staff coming at 9 o'clock in the morning on site to do with dealing with the cleaning of the table and get ready the things for the service usually, and then no one usually leaves the premises. I'm usually the last one leaving the premises, which is about 8 o'clock in the evening.
I didn't catch, sorry, that last time. When you leave the premises, I appreciate you're the last to leave. What time roughly did you say that was?
Usually 8 p.m. in the evening at the moment.
About 8 p.m. Right.
When the restaurant is open, 10 o'clock.
And just for clarity there, sorry, just for clarity there, the reference to 10 o'clock has been historically when we were allowed to open. Obviously, we were bound to close at 10 under lockdown rules.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so when you have long opening hours, because you referred to somebody referred to deliveries at about 6 a.m. and obviously you're planning on staying open much later. How long after closing would you anticipate that the last staff leave?
Usually within the half an hour, yeah, usually within the half an hour from when the guest leaves the premises, the staff is ready.
Okay, and as I say, does nobody take the delivery in at 6 a.m? I'm just a little bit confused by that.
So the site itself has a various number of different occupiers. So deliveries at 6 a.m. Aren't generally to do with the restaurant because no one is at the restaurant to accept that delivery. Early deliveries on site may be through other tenants such as Maidenhead Aquatics or indeed any of the other occupiers on site. Generally, we are on site when deliveries occur for the restaurant itself.
Right, okay, thank you.
I just, sorry, have you got any more questions?
No, I have, but I'm looking.
Okay, so I just have one final one. Oh, go on then, yes, if it's in response to a question.
Yes, it's on the planning point. I know David is a planning consultant, but I would also like to add that over the last year, because of the coronavirus and the inability to get some planning applications through, there has been a number of dispensations granted by the government in relation to planning use. So in particular, that any site which has a premises licence was automatically given off sales, which was to facilitate the use of external areas so that we could have people outside more than inside. So although it may be a retrospective planning application, it was most definitely within the thought process of the government that the outside areas in front of the restaurant, the Seasons Garden, should be utilised during the course of 2020. And the general exception for temporary use was doubled. So you've got 2 months rather than 1 month, so 56 days. That extended over to the use of marquees, which would usually have required temporary planning permissions. So I would say it has to be looked at in context of the last year, as well as the fact that my clients are now following the change to the use classification, taking steps to put other things in order as well.
Thank you. I've got. Oh, go on.
Sorry, you refer quite emphatically to the fact that the use is the wrong word in this instance. The way the facilities have been run has changed. Could you tell me, please, when you say that, from what, just roughly, what sort of date do you consider that change to have been made?
So I'm not sure which change.
You were referring to the change in the way that the site's been managed and the site, that's the way the site's been managed, and you were referring to change of that. I was just wondering how recently you were considering that change to have taken place.
My clients took over the premises in 2018. And since 2018, they have done considerable building works. They can document those to you. They've made good buildings, which were in very poor order and disrepair. They've done lots of works in relation to landscaping, particularly the front of the premises. They responded, I think, to some of the residents' questions and desires in relation to making the front of the area look a lot nicer and displays and visibility. In line with all that, they've also listened to some of the concerns regarding the historic tenants, particularly the turf company. Maidenhead Aquatic have been there for a long time and have always had deliveries of fish, live fish, goldfish, etc., and koi throughout the time that they have been there, as have some of the other retailers who have been present. But most definitely since 2018, anybody looking at this site will see that it has become sharper, smarter, more sophisticated, cleaner, and actually better run. It was a tired,
no, it wasn't better run. Can I just put in?
Sorry,
not better run.
Sorry, Mr. Greswell, if we allow everybody to speak, please. Ms. Hazelwood is speaking. You will have an opportunity to sum up as well, but I know people may have emotions running high, but if we can all try and just remember to listen to each other, and then we can all get to the information we all need. All right. Ms. Hazelwood, I will bring you in, Mr. Greswell, but Ms. Hazelwood, if you would like to conclude your point, please.
My clients can probably give you more details as to the amount of capital which has been expended on the site, but it was a garden centre and it is still a garden centre. It is a better equipped, more interesting garden centre, and it caters for people who want to come and dine after they've looked round. They have Jules facilities going forward on the basis of the lighter food, more fine dining. They've recruited very, very high quality staff because they want it to be very, very good. They want it to be an exceptional offer with brilliant service delivery so that people who come have a lovely time and that it sits within its community well. And they're doing that. And yes, they have done quite a lot of change over the last 2 or 3 years. And that has not been assisted by a year of lockdowns in between. But each time they've heard something, where they can, they've changed it. They've removed the tenant. They've put in a new gate. They've redone the car park. They've altered the lighting. If they were the belligerent individuals which are being depicted, they would have done none of that. They have tried to accommodate, listen and understand where there has been genuine issues raised. And my clients can give further detail on that should you wish it.
Okay, thank you. I've just got one very simple question, and I think this is very easy to resolve. Mr. and Mrs. Waters have made an email submission which you are including in your evidence. Can you just confirm to us that they're not employed by you or have any other personal or prejudicial interest that you're aware of?
I can confirm categorically they are not employed by Waldridge Group or any of its subsidiary companies, and they have no personal relationship with us either.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. That's fine. Okay, I'm now going to. Have you got any further questions that you have? Otherwise, I will bring in others.
The final thing. Sorry. You say that you have done everything you can to maintain or improve relations with the neighbours. I'm a little bit concerned. The question: why would the neighbours say that that isn't the case? And they are saying that they've written to you on multiple occasions, but nothing seems to have changed. I wonder if you might comment on that, please.
Certainly. So where we are able to make changes, we have gone in there and made changes as soon as we can. There's other issues on site that are outside of our control. We own the site, but there's a whole host of tenants on the site as well. I can give an example whereby we have taken action. The car wash on site was opening slightly earlier and going on slightly later than they should have been. We actually threatened to actually pull their contract if they continue to do so because it was generating a nuisance. So where we can, we've gone on site and made those amendments without fail. I can't think of an example where we've not taken the appropriate action off the top of my head. I appreciate Jane mentioned earlier about the issue with lights. I wasn't aware that there was still an issue following her initial comments. It's something that I'm more than happy to look into following this meeting.
Thank you. So I will now bring in the interested parties to ask questions. So this isn't an opportunity to give further statements. You will get an opportunity to summarise in a bit. Councillor Wheeler, you had your hand up first. I'll then bring in Mr. Greswell, and then I'll see if Mrs. Greswell has got any questions. So any questions, please, Councillor Wheeler, for...
Thank you. Thank you. It's a point of clarity, really. I'm sure that all of us are aware that if you are in dispute with your neighbours when you are selling a property, you must declare it. And I just wondered whether or not the applicants were aware that the property that is written in support of the application is currently on the market with Winkworths.
It has nothing to do with us whether the property is on the market or not. It's certainly of no interest to us, and we weren't aware either way.
Okay, that's lovely, thank you. And I'm sure that that's got nothing to do with them not raising any complaints. The other point as well is, could you tell me, please, what percentage of your utilised foot space is actually currently given over to plants and the sale of plants?
We don't have those sort of figures to hand, unfortunately. I would imagine in terms of the overall footprint, including internal and external place, it's around 20% of the total garden, the total amount of floor space in the garden centre. That includes areas of car park and indeed concessions as well.
Okay, and I wonder if, please, as a comparison, you could tell me what percentage of space will be used for dining?
Circa 10% of the entire site.
Sorry, what percentage?
10%.
10%.
Yeah.
I have to say that looking at the pure garden centre elements, so not the gift shop and the food sales and all the rest of it. Certainly from an aerial point of view and from having visited the site, those percentages seem slightly adrift to me. So it would be useful to have, I think, probably clarity on that. I'm also grateful that you brought up the car wash and planning matters, because actually the planning application was submitted, I believe, only after there were visits to the site, and you were at that point submitted the planning applications. Is that your recollection? Is that correct from your perspective? So i.e. there was no planning application on this site until you were asked to make a planning application or face enforcement action?
I think with the greatest respect, Councillor Wheeler, this is a licensing hearing. I'm more than happy to address that point, but I'd just like to take this point to remind everyone we are dealing with points of licensing law, not planning law. I was actually brought into the company in February last year. At that point in time, there had been a letter from enforcement asking them to regularise certain things on site. As part of that, we actively worked with enforcement and overcome a number of issues that they raised. The outstanding one being the erection of the restaurant building itself. Following the change in government-led policy in August last year, we do not need a change of use to operate the restaurant on the site. It's purely the structure of the building itself.
No, my reason.
So, Councillor, at the moment, Mr. Hunt, just to be clear, this is a licensing committee hearing, so you are correct in stating that. As I'm sure you appreciate, we have a number of people who are taking part in this committee who will have a variety of experience and knowledge. We as a committee will only take into account licensing matters. So where it may be the case people will stray into planning matters, they may do that, but as a committee, we will only consider matters that are on a licensing basis. So I do appreciate that not everybody here is legally trained. You may not necessarily know the difference or drift into areas, but just when we make the decision, it will be purely on a licensing matter. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Bates, for the clarification. It was really, I suppose, that those comments or that question was asked in relation to some of the points that Michelle Hazelwood made in terms of the applicant being a good neighbour and responding well and proactively to complaints and issues that were raised. And also, I would like to make reference to the fact that they've taken action on organisations within the site that weren't good neighbours. And I'm very pleased that they brought up the car wash site, which actually has been relocated from where it was originally into Greenbelt land, also without permission. So again, all of these things are things that we can't condition, but I don't think bode well to take Michelle Hazelwood's points about the applicant being a responsible applicant and a good neighbour. Because there are loads of grey areas here. Could I have clarification, please, on how many airstreams there will be on site? Maybe Michelle Hazelwood would like to take this.
I can chip in there and answer that if that's okay, Michelle. There are going to be 2 airstreams on site, one for food, dealing with food service and one dealing with drink service.
Okay, thank you. And then just adding up on that, because obviously one of the things that's been pointed out to us throughout this hearing is that you are trying to attract the sort of customer that will not make a lot of noise. And in fact, Michelle Hazelwood made reference to the fact that there won't be much in terms of the younger people, given the type of fine dining, etc. So I'd just like to make reference to the pack that was kindly supplied, which shows a combination of, short beef rib tacos and porn star martinis. It may be some time since we've all been able to go out and eat out, but I have to confess that the last time I went out for fine dining, it wasn't to take a takeaway from an Airstream caravan and be served barbecue rib tacos and porn star martinis. It is something that is much more likely to appeal to my in fact he's older than that now, but to my young son than it is to myself or my mother. So I think that in terms of noise, the link or the prevention of noise as a result of having a different type of clientele and all of that spin that we've been given through this hearing, I would just like to bring the committee's attention to the fact that what we're looking at here as part of this application is 2 outside caravans that serve cocktails and cheap food.
Councillor Wheeler, I wasn't sure I heard a question there for the applicant.
Sorry, no, the first question
I'd be more
related
than
to
happy
the
to
number
answer.
of Airstream caravans, on the basis that in the application it sort of implies that there's only one, but we're already looking at double of that, and we're looking at a location that purely serves alcohol as well. Mr. Holmes clarified there that one of them is purely serving alcohol.
Ms.
So
Hazelwood?
if I can just come in on that, clearly the benefit of having space between delivery points at this point in our progress through the pandemic is obvious. We don't want large queues all at one point. And therefore having 2 delivery points makes absolute sense. It also works much better for health and safety in relation to the cooking facilities and things of that nature. In relation to porn star martinis, I believe the main consumer of the same are middle-aged ladies, because it is one of those things which has followed on from the Prosecco craze. So when I speak to my other clients who work in the high street and in hotels and cocktail bars, it is very much consumed across the age range. The point we make, and the important point in relation to public nuisance, is this. This is not a site where there will be vertical drinking of the high street variety. This is not a site where there will be promoted events bringing in DJs and bands and ticket sales of that nature. Those matters, which are entertainment, will be very much of an ancillary, softer nature in line with the sophistication of the premises. And to say that someone can't have ribs and enjoy them is not in context to that at all. You can be of any age. Indeed, my 75-year-old mother prefers a rib than most other things. It is what is happening, and will that cause a nuisance? If food is delivered well, there is well-trained staff, there is a good management team, then there will be no nuisance arising. Indeed, the provision of nuisance is not usually directly related to the consumption of food. And that is again why during this pandemic, food has been required to be ancillary to the alcohol's been required to be ancillary to the sale of food, because it mitigates behaviours.
Okay.
So it is the age range is not the issue. It is the nature of the activity undertaken by the age range, and it is the 18 to 25s who predominantly undertake vertical drinking. And this site is not marketing itself or doing anything to attract that type of person doing that type of activity and the nuisances which may flow from that. My client has further details on that.
Thank you. I'm just going to advise, I haven't taken another screen break, and I will look to take it as soon as we have concluded with the applicant's evidence and before you get a chance to sum up. But I don't want us now to go over old ground, if I can put it like that. So if there are further questions, you will have an opportunity to do that. I would ask that there is on licensing matters, because I think we've now established the parameters around that. But if I can ask you to do that, Councillor Wheeler, if I can ask you to, if you've got any further questions.
One final.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, and that is the applicant able to give then absolute assurance that people serving at the alcohol-only Airstream will be aware whether or not the people who are ordering drinks have ordered food?
It is not sought that food is ancillary to alcohol, but it is very much a food-led environment. We won't vet people on whether they have purchased food, because somebody may be buying a coffee from there, some poor dad who's been dragged around the retail centres for the last 2 hours may be desperate for a quick lager, sat there on his own reading the paper. But the overall layout of the site and the offer in the garden is related to food.
I'd just like to chip in there as well on the back of that question. Currently, as we'll all be aware, it is table service only across the board. So at the moment, it would very much operated as a table service venue only.
I appreciate this. Obviously, we're not just looking, though, at this license or limiting this license to the current matter. So in answer to my question, in terms of clarity, there is no way of assuring that people ordering from the drinks only Airstream won't just be, working on a basis of stand-up drinking. Is that correct?
The area has copious seating. The intention is for people to sit, dine, and have a nice relaxed time. You may find someone who sees someone they know who migrates across and stands by their table when we come out of these times that we're in at the moment. I don't think that would cause or create nuisance or crime and disorder.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Mr. Greswell. Are you on mute at the moment?
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Asked almost all my questions. Absolutely brilliant. One question I've asked, we've met and read about your fantastic, talented cooking and baking chefs and whatever, which is very exciting. But is the company going to employ anyone who'll be responsible for security or managing the car parking and whatever?
We do have a car park attendant on site every night that we are open late at the moment. It's something that we will continue to do throughout this.
Good, thank you.
Any further questions, Mr. Greswell? No. Mrs. Greswell, do you have any questions to the applicant? No. Okay. Thank you very much. What we're now going to do, it is 4:20. I'm now going to suggest that we take a further 5-minute only, please, because I am aware of the time, but I do want to make sure everyone's given the full opportunity to summarise comments, all right? Not another lengthy speech, but to summarise your positions, and then we as a committee will go into our deliberations. But the time is now 4:23, so we'll resume at 4:28. All right. Thank you. We'll talk about that after. Right. Oh, did I turn the?
Oh, I was going to say.
I put the mute back on, but I didn't put
no video.
the camera on. Is that working? Okay. Right. 4:28.
Who are we waiting on, Victoria?
We're waiting on our legal advisor. We've got Ms Hazelwood is back, Councillor Wheeler is back. We are also waiting on Mr and Mrs Greswell.
Yes, of course.
And Mrs Barnshaw.
And Mrs. Oh yes, of course. I saw the papers and didn't see that she wasn't in her seat. So our legal officer's just nipped out of the room, so we'll start as soon as we can. That is it. Okay. Okay, one back. Thank you. We're just waiting for 2 council officers to return, so thank you for coming back. Here's one of them.
We're just waiting on.
We're just waiting on.
I think she'll go, sorry.
Okay. She shouldn't be gone. She's just returning now. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We're now at the stage of the hearing where we'll be asking you to sum up. And I would ask that you do not please introduce any new information or evidence. You can, of course, summarise what you have said, but bearing in mind, obviously, we have heard quite a lot of evidence. This is an opportunity to summarise your points, really. And the way I will do this is I will do it in the same order, so that the applicant gets the final word. So that I'll ask Mrs Barnshaw first if there's anything from a licensing officer point of view, then I'll go to Mrs Greswell, Mr Greswell, Councillor Wheeler, and then Miss Hazelwood, and then we will look to the next stage. So I'm going to start with Mrs Barnshaw. Is there anything from a licensing officer point of view that you wish to add in summary?
No, thank you, Chairman. There's nothing further to add.
Thank you very much. Mrs Greswell, is there anything you wish to say to summarise? You're on mute at the moment.
Sorry,
There we go.
I'm just
That's all right.
I'm not used to this. So thank you very much. I'm aware this is a long time for everybody, and I do appreciate your time. I don't think I'm bringing up any new items. I just wanted to say that we didn't have a problem when Wyvale were in charge of the area. The Turf Company only became a problem when the Wooldridge Company took over. We were aware of the trial night that they did with some speakers. I think it was sometime in May. And Deborah Brackwell did actually phone up Charlie Wooldridge and ask him what was going on. And he said he was testing speakers or something. And I'd also like to point out that it's taken me 2 years to get them to turn these lights off, which are shining in our bedroom windows. And David Holmes hasn't even replied to my last email. And that's my summary, really, that I have no confidence in them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Greswell. Mr Greswell, any summary comments that you wish to make?
No, it's very much along the same lines. It's I'm afraid it's will the people applying for the Licence Act in a reasonable and responsible way. They've not proved to so far. We've been talking about planning, which is completely, I'm not talking about the planning, but the fact that there's a planning application in now is only because we reported it to our councillors 18 months ago, the fact that extensive building work's being carried out without any permission whatsoever. So again, things are being done without asking, boundaries are being pushed. I just would like some sort of control into what's being done there. And if they then prove to be good, honest people who run their job properly and don't disturb the neighbours, then fair enough, let them get on with it. But I think they need to be proved themselves first. That's all.
Thank you, Mr Greswell. Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you. Just a couple of things really for a reminder. Reference to the letter of support, that is from a neighbour whose property is on the market. I'm making reference to it because obviously it was something that Michelle Hazelwood made reference to in terms of the noise and who is likely to be impacted by it. I would like to remind the committee that there was additional letters of complaint and concern that came into Paula, which couldn't be considered because they were received too late. That is because, as I said earlier, it's not an area that you walk past. It's not an area that you visit unless you're specifically visiting there. So the neighbour hadn't seen it and therefore wasn't aware of it. And then I suppose really it's just to link back to the grounds on which the licensing committee can refuse this application. And that is that these premises have been open for a very, very short period of time. And in that very short period of time in which they were actually able to open, there were complaints about noise and antisocial behaviour. So the policing that the applicant has offered obviously wasn't happening. So on that basis, in terms of harmful to children, if it's a garden centre where there are lots of children and now we've got outside dining space and outside drinking space, I don't know if that's a little bit too tenuous to consider, but it's certainly something that I would be grateful if you could consider. And then also out of interest in terms of doing things retrospectively, the outdoor dining space, according to their website, is up and running and operational with the 2 caravans serving 1 alcohol and 1 food. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler and Ms Hazelwood.
Thank you, Chair and councillors, for your patience during the course of this afternoon. I'm not going to go back over facts. Just to confirm 2 points. The individual Mr and Mrs Walters, their property is not on the market. That is another property adjacent close to it. And that my clients have sought to work with residents. They have issued to everybody email addresses, telephone numbers, and they are receptive to the comments which have been made to them. And I think that's very important because the residents in this area clearly understand the system and how local authority operates, because they have raised issues with the relevant entities. They have spoken with environmental health at length, and you've heard their own evidence on that. And they've also reported incidents to the police, which they consider to be criminal behaviour. And so the first point I think is very important in your determination is that we have no responsible authorities here today. Even your own licensing officer, Paula, has engaged with the responsible authorities to ensure that they have the opportunity to respond if they feel it appropriate. And those licensing authority communications with the responsible authorities will have been on the point of licensing objectives. Do we have a nuisance which needs to be prevented? Do we have crime and disorder which needs to be prevented, which arises from the operation of the premises licence? And I think that there's very clear evidence before you that whatever issues have been raised with those entities, when they have undertaken an objective assessment of the comments raised, they are not related to the premises licence operation, or they do not trigger the licensing objective. And there we have the distinction between something which is audible, something which is noise, and something which is nuisance. And it is the prevention of public nuisance which the licensing objective stipulates is there to be promoted. So in this instance, the changes which my client seeks in relation to the bringing in of a new external area and the mirroring of hours earlier in the week to those hours which are already granted for the restaurant do not, in the minds of those objective arbiters, potentially cause a risk of adverse impact upon the licensing objective, particularly of public nuisance. And I think this is even further verified by the number of TENs which have been applied for. I know my clients have not been able to use those TENs, but the fact that they were not opposed, and we know that licensing receives objection notices quickly, where they feel that there is levels of vulnerability coming in from TENs, especially when multiples are being applied for simultaneously. which takes me to the Secretary of State's guidance. And I've extracted elements of that within the written submission, because I agree with you, sir, we all start to get screen fatigue in long hearings. So our key points are in the written submission. At paragraph 15 of the written submission, I reference paragraph 9.12 of the guidance, which confirms the importance of actual evidence from experts in the field, those who have been trained, and those people have been engaged in this site. They do have direct knowledge, and their experience will have kicked in as to whether they think it is appropriate to make a representation. And that also applies to light pollution. If the light pollution issues are being resolved, and to a certain extent that's straining into planning as well, then the environmental health officer will not intervene, and we have no representation on that basis. We then have the fact, which I have to make, that licensing and planning are wholly distinct. They both protect different parts of the amenity of the public. The planning have confirmed that they have not filed an objection to this application. Any concerns that they have, they will deal through their own process. And you are aware that those planning applications are running in parallel with this application, and I'm sure the relevant officers will deal with them appropriately. The concerns regarding crime and disorder do not directly link at all into the operation of the premises, and there is no evidence that the continued operation of the restaurant inside or outside 2300 hours all week will cause crime and disorder to arise. The overall nature of the premises is such that it does not lend itself, as I've already said, to vertical drinking. And indeed, the area which Councillor Wheeler identified as the weakest area for potential abuse, being the garden area, is on very limited hours, well within the hours already permitted under the licence, between 9 a.m. in the morning, 9 p.m. at night for most of the week, save for Sundays when it has an earlier termination point of 5 p.m. Therefore, the risks flowing from the operation of that part of the operation are minimised significantly, if they indeed exist, by those lesser hours and contained within the time and before potential noise sensitivity can arise due to dropping of background noise and times when, say, children go to bed, and World Health Organization recommendations on noise levels. So that has been taken into account by my client. And yes, this creates quite a complicated license where we have different hours for the shop, we have different hours for the restaurant, and we have different hours for the garden area. But I would submit that that is actually evidence of an application which has been thought about in line with the community it sits in, rather than a blanket application just saying, oh, can we have 2300 across the board? And then we will use our discretion on how we use it. No, my clients have looked at this and said, what do we need? What is sensible? They're not looking for 12 midnight. They're not looking for 1 o'clock in the morning. These are very limited hours in the nature of hospitality operation, and they are going to be used ancillary to the overall operation of the premises. It is a garden centre. That is what it is known for. It is a garden centre with lots of retail facilities linked to outdoor environments. And with that, it has a very nice restaurant, which is going to have well-trained staff, is led by a very experienced restaurant head as front of house, and then a second area with separate leadership, separate staffing, again well-trained, to ensure that the licensing objectives are upheld. The guidance is very clear. In your determination, you have to be able to find a nexus based on evidence from what you've heard to a risk arising in relation to the licensing objectives. And I don't think there is a nexus here. There have been issues during the building work, but they relate to the building work. There has been issues when the power was cut off and generators had to be brought on site to save the fish. They were matters of expediency. But none of those things relate to this premises license. They would have happened whether there was an ability to sell alcohol on this premises at all. And therefore, the evidence has to tie the perceived problem to the operation of the property. And as to going forward, we can assure everybody that the management plans which are going to be put in place will be operated and operated well. There are already conditions on the licence requiring monitoring of the external area. You've heard assurances of car park attendance and the car park management plan, which forms part of the planning application. And what I would conclude with is this, that you have to bear in mind the guidance which came out of the Daniel Thwaites case, particularly at paragraph 63. There has to be proper evidence, and the views put forward by the residents may be valid, but they may be much more based on fear and concern than on fact. And the appropriate weight has to be placed on those concerns against the actual evidence which is before you. And it is important that there is established a link, and whether that link would then impact on the licence and objectives. And I don't think that has been achieved today. You have an applicant before you who has worked hard to bring this garden centre into a new life. They've put extensive investment into it. They have responded to issues raised by the residents, sometimes causing quite significant costs, the electric gates being one example, the redoing of the car park. So they're not afraid to answer the questions raised, but as at today, there is no evidence to show that the application before you would adversely impact on the licence and objectives or stop their promotion. And that is verified by the lack of representation by environmental health and the police, the number of TENs which have been granted, and the submissions by my client as to what they have done and what they intend to do. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, everybody. Just before we conclude, I need just to double check. Has everybody said everything you wish to say in support of the representations that you've made? Can you just put up your thumb if you're, or finger? Yes, yes. Mrs. Greswell, are you? Yes, okay, fine. In which case, thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to thank Councillor Lewis for being the reserve member. You are now free to go. We will now as a committee go into the deliberation stage, but thank you for your time this afternoon, Councillor Lewis, but you will not form part of the consideration. Mr. Scott will now join us just for the purposes of clerking, and in terms of a decision, I can only say in my experience, it is unlikely that we'll be back to you in the next 30 minutes. I can't give you a time frame beyond that. So just, it is, I know it's 4:45 now, it will be highly unlikely in my view that we will be back before you before 5:15, just based on my own experience from other cases. We will get back to you as soon as we know when we have made a decision, but we will try and make it as soon as we can tonight. All right, that's all I can really say at this point. Okay, so I think at this point, thank you very much, and I think we're going to go into Zoom meeting rooms or something in order to us to. So Joe, can you just talk us through that?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Hopefully I won't freeze again. Don't want to tempt fate. Yeah, I will put you guys into a breakout room, which will be off air. Everyone else will still be in effect live on air. We'll put a screen up on the YouTube channel to explain what's going on. Again, if people want to put their cameras and mute themselves, that's probably suggested, but do keep an eye on the screen for when the members who are discussing have finished their discussion and alert me to get them out of the breakout room back into the main Zoom room.
So I think just to help that, what we'll do then is that we'll give Joe a 5-minute warning, just so that you then are not stood there looking at your screen intently for the next time. So
maybe if Mr. Scott can phone me 5 minutes beforehand, what I'll do in that case is I'll remove the screen share, so when people see that that has been removed, we'll all know that action is about to recommence again.
Thanks so much. Thanks everybody, and as I say, I think we will now go into the Zoom rooms that we've been talking about, and we will commence our deliberations.
Okay, I've just sent you invitations.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Actively leave.
Check out.
Oh, as in what I thought it would be good if the video showed you leaving.
Oh.
Not a problem. just us?
Just us.
And us.
Is it just us? Oh, no, here we are. Others are joining. Okay, just wait for everybody else to arrive. Okay, I'm just going, yeah, so just coming now, okay. I think we're just waiting for Mrs. Greswell. And everyone else is here, it's just coming now. Thank you. Okay, hopefully you can all hear. Thank you firstly for bearing with us. We have had, as you can imagine, a lengthy discussion, and we are very grateful for all of the comments made by everybody this afternoon. Having taken everything into account, the decision of this subcommittee is as follows. The subcommittee have come to the decision that the application for a permanent variation to the licence in respect of Lavershop Barns as requested by the applicant shall be granted. This is on the basis that granting the application would not have an adverse impact on the promotion of the 4 licensing objectives, providing that the conditions, as set out in the premises licence, remain in place as granted in October 2020. In addition to the mandatory conditions, the panel are adding the further conditions, as suggested, to address the prevention of public nuisance made by the applicant, with some minor amendments to the wording as follows. Firstly, the Seasons Garden area will have dedicated staff at all times of use. No stock or monies will be left in the area unattended or overnight. And 2, signage will be provided within the Seasons Garden area, requesting customers to be aware of residents in the immediate vicinity, as well as the exits to the premises and car parks. Taking into consideration the 4 licensing objectives. Firstly, prevention of crime and disorder. The subcommittee noted there was no police representation, but 2 attendances which were not relevant to the restaurant. Secondly, there were no issues from this application in respect of public safety. Thirdly, there is no issue from this application in respect of the protection of children from harm. Fourthly, in relation to the prevention of public nuisance, we are aware of a number of complaints about this premises by Mrs. Creswell, received by the council and the applicant. But we note no representations were made by the Environmental Health Department. Whilst the panel have found this objective more difficult to consider in the absence of a statutory representation, as we have heard complaints from the interested parties, and we do take these seriously. The subcommittee would point out that there is a review mechanism, and the police and environmental health are able to undertake this process should complaints from residents meet their evidential threshold and should the need arise. The subcommittee encouraged the licensing officer to ensure that neighbouring residents have the contact details of the complaints officer at Wooldridge. I would ask that you note a decision letter will be sent to you in the next 5 working days, and that this letter takes precedence over the oral decision I have just given. The panel's decision is binding upon you and the licensing authority. If you are dissatisfied with the decision of the licensing subcommittee in this case, you may appeal against its decision to the Guildford Magistrates Court. There is one final area that the committee wished to comment upon. An informative by the chairman of today's subcommittee will be sent to the planning officer in relation to the matters that the licensing committee have not deliberated on today, to make clear that we have not come to any decision in respect of certain matters due to them falling outside the remit of this licensing subcommittee. Thank you very much for your time, everybody. We'll now conclude today's subcommittee.
Thank you, sir.